Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. This program is co-organized by the ASEAN-Korea Center and the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and we are streaming live from Seoul, Korea. My name is Haylene Park from the Trade and Investment Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center, and it is my great pleasure to be your Master of Ceremonies for the day. Since 2020, the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable has aimed to provide up-to-date information on the economic and trade outlook of ASEAN and Korea in order to promote cooperation and partnership of the two regions. This year marks our fourth roundtable, during which we will discuss on the topic of ASEAN-Korea cooperation for the next decade to come. We express our sincere appreciation to the guests of honor, presenters, panelists, and all the online participants joining in from ASEAN and Korea. Now, let us begin the ceremony by inviting His Excellency Kim Jae-shin, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, for the opening remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
I'm short. Good afternoon. 안녕하십니까, 여러분. Before I begin with my remarks, I would like to ask you a personal favor. As you may know, I've been assigned to the post of Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center for the past 20 days now. You could say that I'm the brand new Secretary General, fresh off the assembly line. As such, I look forward to your unwavering support and cooperation as we embark on our journey together. I want to thank you in advance. Dr. Lee Si-wook, President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, His Excellency Thant, Ambassador of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar and Chair of ASEAN Committee in Seoul, His Excellency Lee Jang-geun, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community of ASEAN Secretariat, His Excellency Kim Chang-bom, Vice Chairman and CEO of the Federation of Korean Industries, distinguished guests and speakers from ASEAN and Korea, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. It is an honor to have you all gathered here for today's event on the pivotal discussions for advancement of trade and investment between ASEAN and Korea. First, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to our co-organizer, Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and our cooperating partner, ASEAN Secretariat, for their continued dedication and support. 2024 marks a significant milestone for the ASEAN-Korea Center as we celebrate the 15th anniversary of foundation. This year also signifies the 35th anniversary of ASEAN-Korea dialogue relations. Against this backdrop, ASEAN and Korea are eagerly looking forward to elevating their relations to a comprehensive strategic partnership later this year. These milestones reflect a testament to our long-standing friendship, cooperation, and mutual respect that have blossomed between our regions over 3.5 decades. Given the rapid evolution of the trade landscape and the importance of investment facilitation and protection, prioritizing digitalization is crucial and should be elevated within the national economic policy agenda. During the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable, we will delve into the collective efforts of ASEAN and Korea in shaping the economic and trade outlook. And today's discussion will particularly focus on strengthening ASEAN-Korea cooperation in global value chain management and digitalization. Distinguished guests, alongside climate change and geopolitical tensions, it has become increasingly challenging for the creation and the equitable distribution of public goods. In light of these challenges, there is an urgent imperative to engage in dialogue aimed at rebuilding trust and fostering collective action. With a series of elections anticipated throughout 2024, the global economy stands at a crossroads marked by outcomes which may have massive implications on trade. ASEAN, a reliable global value chain player, spans industries like agriculture, energy resources such as palm oil, and semiconductor post-processing. With a focus on fostering economic growth through intra-regional markets and improved connectivity, ASEAN proactively addresses supply chain risks by participating in initiatives such as RCEP to tackle trade challenges arising from external factors. As for Korea, who is heavily reliant on external trade, partnering with the ASEAN opens doors for mutual cooperation. President Yoon has highlighted that ASEAN is one of the most important partners in Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, particularly through promoting the Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative. ASEAN boasts a significant digital-savvy population, with the pandemic accelerating its transition to digital economy. In 2023, ASEAN began negotiations on the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement to facilitate smooth digital trade and foster collaboration. Today's roundtable aims to identify and maximize key sectors for mutual prosperity, enhancing ASEAN-Korea partnership. In this light, I believe that today's roundtable is a timely and meaningful opportunity to deepen cooperation and achieve common goals. As we navigate the complexities of the global economy, let us seize this opportunity to forge new partnerships, explore innovative solutions, and build a brighter future for new generations by addressing rightful risks and challenges of two economies in the current global context. May our discussions be fruitful and our collaborations be enduring. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Secretary General. Next, please welcome Dr. Lee Si-wook, President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, for his welcoming remarks. Please give him a big hand.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure and honor to welcome you all to the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. I would like to extend my special welcome to our esteemed VIPs, His Excellency Kim Jae-shin, His Excellency Ambassador Thant, His Excellency Ambassador Lee Jang-geun, His Excellency Satvinder and His Excellency Kim Chang-bom. Thanks for joining us today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we gather here today, it is imperative to acknowledge that we are at a very critical juncture in the global economy, and it seems that the only constant is change as all the wisdom goes. The repercussion of a pandemic compounded by trade tensions and the geopolitical crisis present significant challenges to sustainable growth of the global economy. In the midst of these challenges, it is critical to recognize the vital role of global value chains. This interconnected world of production and distribution facilitate the efficient movement of goods across border, fostering economic interdependence and resilience. So collaborative efforts to make them more effective and efficient are more important than ever. At the same time, digitalization has become a major driver of economic growth in recent years, fostering innovation and prosperity. Countries need to adapt their strategies to this challenging landscape. No matter how great the economic policies of a single country, they cannot actually succeed in the closed economy and must be based on collaboration and cooperation with the neighbors who share the common interest. Korea and ASEAN have a rich history of shared prosperity with a robust bilateral and multilateral solidarity that has made enhanced mutual trade and investment possible. I hope that today's seminar will convince you that Korea and ASEAN can still be the best partners in the emerging issues, especially in the global value chain and the digital transformation. In this sense, today's roundtable, organized by the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy and the ASEAN-Korean Center, is very significant. We will discuss strategies to make our global value chains better and making the most of the digital transformation. So this seminar is particularly timely as ASEAN and Korea are in discussion to elevate our relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership this year, so which will significantly strengthen our ties. So I believe that the policy insight and the recommendations shared today will help us take our cooperation to a much higher level. I hope that the two sessions of today's roundtable will serve as a forum to reaffirm our strong commitment and also as a milestone to make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Lee, for your remarks. Next, allow me to invite His Excellency Thant, Ambassador of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar to the Republic of Korea and the Chair of the ASEAN Committee in Seoul for his congratulatory remarks. Let us welcome him with a warm round of applause.
His Excellency Mr. Kim Jae-shin, Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, Dr. Siwook Lee, President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, His Excellency Lee Jang-kun, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN Secretariat, His Excellency Kim Chan-bon, Vice Chair and CEO of Federation of Korea Industries, distinguished guests and speakers, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all of you, particularly to the ASEAN-Korea Center, ASEAN-Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, and ASEAN Secretariat for their collaborative efforts in successfully organizing this hybrid meeting, ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. ASEAN and Korea mark a significant milestone this year, celebrating the 35th anniversary of the dynamic and evolving partnership. In conjunction with this anniversary, RK proposed to establish a comprehensive strategic partnership with ASEAN and at the 23rd ASEAN ROK Summit in November 2022. For that reason, under the theme of ASEAN-Korea cooperation for next decades to come, this roundtable will serve as a pivotal platform to foster deeper engagement and enhance cooperation between ASEAN member states and the Republic of Korea as we enter the next level of partnership. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in the face of evolving global challenges and uncertainties, our collaboration becomes even more vital. Hence, I believe that today's event is a timely and important platform to discuss and exchange views on three aspects: the world economic outlook, ASEAN-Korea cooperation in global value change, and digitalization as a driving force for creating growth. The in-depth discussion on those three topics align perfectly with the priorities that will be implemented under the theme of enhancing connectivity and resilience, which is a Lao PDR's 2024 chairmanship theme. The roundtable will also provide a unique platform for stakeholders from both ASEAN and Korea to exchange views and perspectives on contemporary issues regarding global trade and economic outlook, as well as ASEAN-Korea regional strategies, such as ASEAN-Korea Solidarity Initiative, ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, and ASEAN Industrial Project-Based Initiative. Aware of the importance of economic cooperation in deepening bilateral relations toward inclusive and sustainable development, ASEAN and ROK have actively undertaken and are continuing to explore economic cooperation activities in areas of mutual interest. The ASEAN-ROK economic relations have been further strengthened as reflected by the positive figures of bilateral trade and investment. According to the official statistics, ASEAN is the second largest trading partner of Korea, while Korea stands as the fifth largest trading partner of ASEAN. Furthermore, FDI inflows from the ROK to ASEAN amounted to $12.7 billion, as it stood as the sixth largest source for ASEAN in 2022. However, we are of the view that there is still a need to intensify region-to-region trade and investment relations, including through the effective implementation of the ASEAN-Korea Free Trade Areas and the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Regarding cooperation in digitalization, the ROK, with its technical and innovative edge, will remain ASEAN's closest partner in its effort toward community building, sustainable development, and integration into the regional and global economy to unleash the region's vast growth potential. I would also like to underscore that raising awareness of ASEAN-Korea's regional strategies will help us actively contribute to the implementation, thereby paving the way for developing innovative solutions and strategies to tackle common challenges effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that the insight and outcomes generated during this roundtable will significantly contribute to shaping policies and strategies that promote trade, investment, and economic growth in both ASEAN and Korea. Once again, I wish to extend my congratulations to the ASEAN-Korea Center for every single effort to realize this active roundtable discussions and look forward to valuable insights, innovative solutions, and positive outcomes for the prosperous and resilient future for our people in ASEAN and Korea. I thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency, for your congratulatory remarks. Last but not least, please welcome His Excellency Lee Chang-gun, Ambassador of the Republic of Korea to ASEAN, for his congratulatory remarks. He has joined us virtually today, so let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
His Excellency Kim Jae-shin, Secretary General of ASEAN-Korea Center, Dr. Lee Si-woo, President of Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, His Excellency Kim Chang-bon, Vice Chairman and CEO of the Federation of Korean Industries, His Excellency Thant Shin, distinguished guests and speakers, 안녕하십니까, and good morning to you all from Jakarta. It is really my great pleasure to join you virtually today for the opening of the 2024 ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the ASEAN-Korea Center and KIEP on the successful organization of this very important event. Let me also express my appreciation to His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN, who will give a recorded keynote speech after me. Also, taking this opportunity, I'd like to offer my heartfelt congratulations to Secretary General Kim Jae-shin on his inauguration as the sixth leader of the ASEAN-Korea Center. I am confident that his ample experience and long diplomatic background will be an absolute asset in deepening the Korea-ASEAN partnership through the center's activities. Excellencies and distinguished guests, this year marks the 15th anniversary of ASEAN-Korea Center. Since its establishment in 2009, the ASEAN-Korea Center has been a crucial focal point in promoting the economic partnership as well as the social cultural exchanges between Korea and ASEAN countries. The crucial role of the center is well testified by the 35 programs it implemented last year, such as the organization of ASEAN Trade Fair, ASEAN Connectivity Forum, ASEAN Korea ESG Forum, and the ASEAN Week, and so on. For me, personally, I was very impressed with the promotional videos on ASEAN architecture and cultural heritages, which the center published last year. Such activities of the center have been truly instrumental to deepen connectivity, not only between ASEAN and Korean people, but also among the ASEAN people themselves. This ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable, which marks its fourth time this year, is another flagship platform of connecting the business sectors as well as academic circles of Korea and ASEAN. At a time when Korea and ASEAN are to set up a CSP, Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, this year, marking the 35th anniversary of our relations and charting a new path toward the common future, I have no doubt that the role of the ASEAN-Korea Center will become much more important in the years ahead. Excellencies, distinguished guests, since the establishment of dialogue relations in 1989, the ASEAN-Korea partnership has made great strides across entire spectrum of political, economic, as well as social and cultural development. Today, as Excellency Thant Shin mentioned already, ASEAN is Korea's second largest trading partner and Korea is ASEAN's fifth largest trade counterpart. ASEAN is Korea's second largest foreign investment destination and Korea is ASEAN's sixth largest source of FDI. Korea is the second most visited country by ASEAN people, and ASEAN is definitely the most favorite place for Koreans to spend their holidays. I'd like to tell you more in detail because it is very important aspect of Korea-ASEAN relations. The trade volume between Korea and ASEAN increased from $8.2 billion in 1989 to $207 billion in 2022. Which is a 25 times increase during this period. And the share of ASEAN in Korea's total trade rose from 6.5% in 1989 to almost 15% in 2022. And also, when it comes to FDI by Korean companies in ASEAN countries, the volume skyrocketed 118 times during the same period, from $92 million in 1989 to $10.8 billion in 2022. There is no doubt that the ASEAN-Korea FTA concluded in 2006 have played an instrumental role in boosting the trade and investment between Korea and ASEAN countries. However, despite this remarkable development, there is always room for improvement. If we compare the share of Korea and China in ASEAN's trade, the share of China rose from 12.8% in 2012 to 20% in 2021, almost doubled during 10-year period of time, while Korea's share in ASEAN trade remained almost the same level at 5.6% during this period. All the more, against all this shining economic cooperation between Korea and ASEAN during the past several decades, the perception of ASEAN people on Korea's economic contribution to ASEAN still remains very low. According to the very recent survey report by a Singaporean think tank, ISEAS, Korea scored only 1% in the survey item on Korea's economic influence in Southeast Asia. Even though this figure might not correctly reflect the current status of Korea-ASEAN economic relations, I believe that this figure dictates us to make more strenuous efforts, including the effort for more communication and awareness-raising effort among the people in every respect of ASEAN-Korea partnership. Excellencies, distinguished participants, today we are witnessing a series of global megatrends, from strategic competition between big powers, the war in Ukraine, armed conflict in Gaza, and the challenges to the rule-based international order, the disruption of global supply chain, and rapid advent of artificial intelligence. It is against this backdrop that ASEAN is in the process of drawing up its post-2025 vision and strategy. And also, it is in this regional and geopolitical context that Korea and ASEAN are set to upgrade our relations this year to a comprehensive strategic partnership at the coming ASEAN-Korea Summit meeting in October. The upgrade of our partnership will come with the upgrade of the commitment for strengthening, deepening, and widening of our cooperation. Korea presented an ABC vision for the Korea-ASEAN CSP late last year, which well reflects our vision and strategies for our future relations. I'd like to share some of the elements of our CSP vision for Korea-ASEAN future. To the ABC vision, the CSP ABC vision, A is advancing peace and security for all. B is building a smarter, greener, and connected future. And C is creating a social, cultural platform for young and future generations. Along with this ABC vision, we also presented ABC 100 projects, which concretized our ideas for realizing this ABC vision. As we forge together a bright future for the coming generations, I am confident that Korea and ASEAN will be the most fitting partners to each other. In this regard, I'd like to reiterate the increasing expectations of the world, including Korea, toward ASEAN. The world is anticipating ASEAN, the fifth largest economy in the world, to play its rightful role as a key global partner and player. As ASEAN's comprehensive strategic partner, Korea will work closely with ASEAN to promote peace and prosperity of our region and beyond together. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I believe today's roundtable is timely with focus on the most pressing two issues of the region and the world, the global value chain and digitalization, which are also the priority areas of Korea's cooperation with ASEAN. Already a number of cooperation projects in these areas are undergoing and also included in our CSP proposals. Taking this opportunity, I'd like to highlight only one important project we are implementing these days, which is ASEAN-Korea Digital Innovation Flagship Project. And this project, Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol announced at the ASEAN-Korea Summit meeting in September last year in Cambodia. This $30 million project, which will be launched this year, aims at enhancing ASEAN's capacity in AI and digital skills and accelerating collaborative development of AI-based economy in the region. We do hope that this project also help ASEAN's effort in charting a new avenue of digital transformation, especially through the establishment of DEFA, Digital Economic Framework Agreement, in the coming years. In closing, I'd like to express my best wishes for a very productive discussion today. And I'm sure that the ideas and proposals shared during today's session will serve as a meaningful source for the cooperation between Korea and ASEAN under the new framework of comprehensive strategic partnership. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Ladies and gentlemen, today's roundtable will consist of 3 parts: a keynote session and 2 roundtable sessions, during which we will provide a platform to deepen our discourse on 3 aspects: the world economic outlook, ASEAN-Korea cooperation in the global value chain, and digital transformation. If you have any questions in relation to the presentations or discussion rounds, please use the YouTube live chat function to share them with us. We will now move on to the keynote session. The first presentation will represent ASEAN, while the second will cover the Republic of Korea. Our first keynote speaker is His Excellency Satvinder Singh, Deputy Secretary General for the ASEAN Economic Community of the ASEAN Secretariat. His speech will be delivered in a pre-recorded format.
His Excellency Kim Jae-shin, the Secretary General of the ASEAN-Korea Center, Dr. Lee Shi-wook, the President of the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy, His Excellency Thant, the Ambassador of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, and the Republic of Korea and Chair of the ASEAN Committee in Seoul. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Very warm greetings from the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta. Let me first express my sincere appreciation to the ASEAN-Korea Center and the Korean Institute for International Economic Policy for organizing this ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable. And I believe this is the 3rd time we're organizing this. I believe that this has been going on because of the very successful roundtables that we've had the last 2 times. Congratulations. As you know, 2024 is a very important year, not only because we will be commemorating the 35th anniversary of the ASEAN-Republic of Korea dialogue relationship, but it's also because our relationship will be upgraded into a comprehensive strategic partnership, which will reflect the strength and the scope of our deep relationship. Therefore, this roundtable would be a great opportunity for us to brainstorm ideas that are going to feed into this upgrading process, especially in the areas of trade and investment. This year, the roundtable topics on the ASEAN-Korea cooperation in global value chain, as well as digitalization, as a driving force for creating growth, it truly reflects the important paradigm shift in the development policy of ASEAN and Republic of Korea. The convergence of digital technologies, the pandemic aftermath, as well as the lingering effects of the volatility in the global financial markets, together with energy crisis, inflationary pressures, and of course, geopolitical tensions, they have all exposed many of the vulnerabilities in the economic structure, and at the same time underscored the importance of fostering supply chain and harnessing digital transformation as a new driver for dynamic and resilient growth. It is time for ASEAN and Korea to discuss measures to address our common challenges and also build a forward-looking and mutually beneficial partnership for many years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, the ASEAN economic integration has successfully laid solid foundations for ASEAN's single market and production base to enable the free flow of goods and services across our region. For decades, ASEAN have consistently pursued trade and investment facilitation measures and established a network of free trade areas with all of our major dialogue partners, including with China, with Japan, with Korea, with Australia and New Zealand, turning our region, our ASEAN region, into a hub of regional supply chains in many sectors. The impact of the pandemic definitely raised the alarm for urgent actions to be taken to strengthen our supply chain connectivity and resilience for further resilient growth. And this long-term strategy was reaffirmed in the ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which was adopted at the 37th ASEAN Summit way back in November 2020. In fact, recently, the ASEAN have also adopted the framework on ASEAN supply chain efficiency and resilience, which provides a comprehensive action plan to support ASEAN businesses in order to diversify their supply chain networks and also to address the multifaceted challenges for the seamless flow of trade with and beyond the region, basically, including the thorough adoption of digital technologies across the region. I believe moving forward, ASEAN is proceeding into an ambitious plan to upgrade our internal trade agreements as well as our FTAs with our major dialogue partners by making sure that we're incorporating a lot more advanced provisions and the latest best practices to ensure that these agreements remain relevant and remain relevant to all of our business stakeholders globally. The negotiations are happening right now to upgrade the ASEAN Trade in Goods Agreement, the ATIGA Agreement. At the same time, we have already completed the ASEAN-Australia-New Zealand Free Trade Agreement last year. At the same time, this year, we have started hard work on the ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement upgrade, as well as the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement, which are all happening, I believe, at remarkable progress to date. In addition, the implementation of the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, the RCEP agreement, it provides truly a solid momentum for ASEAN businesses to intensify their trade and investment linkages in the largest FTA in the world. We are already beginning to see wonderful outcomes arising both in terms of global supply chain, FDI growth in our region coming from the member states of RCEP. All these endeavors are helping us to reinforce ASEAN's position as an enabler for businesses to expand and to diversify their trade and investment across the region and to also strengthen their resiliency in global supply chain. Meanwhile, digital transformation is also now considered as a new emerging driver for growth for ASEAN. In fact, in recognizing the increasing pivotal role of digital technology in helping us to achieve innovation, in helping us to achieve inclusive, resilient, and sustainable economic growth in the region, we have, of course, in 2021 adopted the Bandar Sri Begawan Roadmap, the BSBR Roadmap, which provides for a comprehensive list of priority agendas for digital transformation which the region wants to adopt in order for us to accelerate digital economic integration further in our region. The Bandar Sri Begawan Roadmap reaffirms our ASEAN's collective commitment to a robust 5-year agenda towards a development of an integrated ASEAN digital economy. In fact, the key highlight now as part of the BSBR, the Bandar Sri Begawan Roadmap, has been the launch of the negotiations of the ASEAN Digital Economic Framework Agreement. In short, we call it DEFA, which actually began last year. It was actually launched by the AC Council in September, and we are going to be targeting to complete the negotiations of this legally binding, the largest regional digital agreement in the world by 2025. We are all excited by it. DEFA, as you know, is going to be a comprehensive, high-quality, very forward-looking and future-proof agreement that again reflects very clearly our ASEAN's leaders' commitment to harnessing the benefits of digital transformation and wanting to be relevant, leading digital economic region in the world. This initiative is expected, DEFA is expected to double the potential of the ASEAN digital economy, growing by at least $2 trillion by the year 2030. This is a big deal for us. Ladies and gentlemen, Korea is a long-standing and important dialogue partner of ASEAN, and definitely among the earliest partners to conclude an FTA with ASEAN. Our two-way merchandise trade between ASEAN and ROK have reached USD 222.8 billion in 2022, and that about triple the size of the trade value from comparing to way back in 2007 when we started the ASEAN-Korea Trade in Goods Agreement when it came into force. Meanwhile, foreign direct investments from Korea to ASEAN has amounted to USD 12.7 billion in 2022. As such, Korea is now ASEAN's fifth largest trade partner and the sixth largest source of FDI amongst all of our ASEAN dialogue partners. I'm glad the Korean businesses community have been actively engaging and contributing to economic activities in various sectors in ASEAN, ranging from manufacturing to tourism, to agriculture, to science and technologies, even in infrastructure, banking, and finance. In recent years, Korea has established itself as a digital technology powerhouse with high manufacturing capacity, especially in semiconductors. You have also gained very good recognition as an emerging digital soft power that leverages digital technologies such as smartphones, social media, over-the-top platforms to enhance innovation, competitiveness globally. As part of our strategy to be able to bolster supply chain connectivity and digital cooperation, ASEAN and Korea definitely are considering the upgrade of the current ASEAN-Korea Free Trade Agreement. In fact, after 15 years of implementation, we believe the FTA upgrade clearly could offer a timely and valuable opportunity to ensure that the ASEAN-Korea FTA continue to remain relevant to our businesses and at the same time responsive to regional global developments. And through enhanced multi-dimensional collaborations that we can anticipate in trade, in investment, as well as digital transformation under the ASEAN-Korea FTA, we believe that both ASEAN and Korea could expand our boundaries of economic cooperation, and we could actually explore progressive measures to build competitive, inclusive, resilient, and really adaptive supply chain networks capable of withstanding external shocks and helping us in driving economic prosperities for both our regions. Ladies and gentlemen, this roundtable is truly an opportunity for us to engage in a substantive engagement of views, and also for us to come together to explore practical, mutually beneficial initiatives between both our regions. The outcomes of this roundtable, I'm told, will be helping us in building our, what I call, stakeholder consensus and helping us guide on how the future ASEAN-Korea FTA, the upgraded one, could help us in reinvigorate our global supply chains and digitalization, which both ASEAN and Korea, we both attach a huge amount of importance to. I also believe that as we are moving into a much more sustainable circular world, the new upgraded FTA would also have elements of that. With this, let me wish all of you a very successful roundtable and a very productive discussion with fruitful outcomes.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your insightful speech. We will now welcome the second speaker, His Excellency Kim Chang-bum, Vice Chairman and CEO of the Federation of Korean Industries. Ambassador, please come up to the stage to make your presentation.
Very good afternoon. 안녕하세요. Yes. Excellencies, distinguished speakers, panelists, and participants, above all, my dear friends from ASEAN and Korea. I'm very delighted to join you today and also honored to deliver this keynote speech at this ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable. Please allow me to extend my sincere gratitude to the ASEAN-Korea Center and the Korea Institute for International Economic Policy for organizing this important event and inviting me to share my thoughts. Joined by my diplomatic colleagues, I feel I'm returning back to my diplomatic days. The Federation of Korean Industries is a premier business organization representing voices of business in Korea. Its members consist of more than 440 Korean companies, including global players such as Samsung, SK, Hyundai Motors, LG, and POSCO. Before joining this federation, I've been working as a career diplomat for almost 39 years. Throughout my career, I was fortunate enough to build up very strong and close ties with ASEAN. While I was serving at the Korean Embassy in Jakarta, Indonesia from 2003 to 2005, I dealt with ASEAN-Korea cooperation at the embassy and became a regular visitor to the ASEAN Secretariat in Jakarta, but with no frequent mileage bonuses then. My last mission as a diplomat was to serve as Korean ambassador to Indonesia from 2018 to 2020. During that period, I further deepened my already close ties with ASEAN. And since I took up my current position as Vice Chairman and CEO of the Federation of Korean Industries, I have witnessed firsthand the remarkable growth and potential of the Korean-ASEAN economic partnership. Today, I would like to share with you my thoughts on how to elevate the current level of ASEAN-Korea relationship to genuinely comprehensive strategic partnership from a business perspective. This year marks the 35th anniversary of the relationship between ASEAN and Korea. On this momentous occasion, I extend my warmest congratulations and deepest gratitude to those who have worked tirelessly to make historic achievements over the past 35 years. ASEAN has maintained its position as South Korea's second largest partner in trade and investment. ASEAN has consistently maintained its position as South Korea's second largest investment destination, and our bilateral trade has also increased every year, hitting its record high of $208 billion in 2022. In 2023, last year, Korea has invested about $5 billion to ASEAN, making it the second most invested region after the United States. The number of South Korean businesses that have invested in ASEAN is close to 20,000. Numerous SMEs and most large Korean companies have entered ASEAN. Recently, as with Hyundai Motor entering Indonesia in the areas of batteries and electric vehicles, as well as simple manufacturing, this has led to investment in high-tech and future industrial sectors. This is a paving stone to secure the raw nickel required for batteries and to advance into the ASEAN regional electric vehicles market. Private sector exchange of individuals, academic exchange, as well as cultural and artistic exchanges have greatly expanded the scope of these relations. There are more than 12 million mutual visitors at the peak time between ASEAN and South Korea. About 650,000 ASEAN citizens live in South Korea, and about 310,000 Koreans are living in ASEAN countries. With this rapid development and deepening of cooperation between the two sides, interest in the sustainability and future of Korea-ASEAN relations is intensifying as well. Will there be more room for investment and improvement between ASEAN and Korea, especially industrial cooperation? Will there be new frontiers for future-oriented partnership for both ASEAN and Korean business communities to explore? These two questions are closely intertwined? In one word, my answer is yes. I believe, but the key does not lie in a mere positive outlook. It lies in how to translate such optimism into real actions and outcomes. Then the questions lead us to think beyond the current way of doing business as usual. With this in mind, let us examine some important points with an eye to the future. As we look to the future, the potential for elevating our economic partnership to even greater heights is immense. The ASEAN region has emerged as a vital node in global value chains, serving as both a manufacturing hub and a significant player in the technology supply chain network. The region has effectively emerged as a viable alternative to well-established supply chains, diverting some of the global manufacturing concentration away from China. ASEAN holds strategic importance with respect to backward and forward linkages and has become increasingly significant in its technology value chain, especially as a China plus one diversification strategy. As a positive spillover, the added focus on the ASEAN region as a major global trade player has spurred greater industrial capacity building. In fact, ASEAN's share of global trade has been steadily increasing, consisting 14.7% of the world trade volume in 2023. Its strategic importance, combined with robust trade networks and numerous free trade agreements, makes ASEAN an attractive partner for Korean businesses seeking diversification and enhanced economic security. As was mentioned by His Excellency Singh from ASEAN Secretariat, there are numerous FTA networks and platforms that ASEAN are enjoying at the moment. Notable examples are RCEP and CPTPP, which includes 4 ASEAN countries, and Indo-Pacific Economic Framework Agreement that are including 7 ASEAN member states. As was mentioned by Dr. Singh, the ASEAN-China FTA is currently undergoing an upgrade, and the ASEAN-India Trade in Goods Agreement is being reviewed. I believe an accelerated negotiation for the upgrade of ASEAN-Korea FTA is truly in need. Another area ripe for collaboration is securing access to critical minerals essential for industries like renewable energy and advanced manufacturing. By partnering with ASEAN nations, Korean companies can enhance their economic security and resilience while contributing to the region's sustainable development. We should also pay more attention to the urgency of addressing climate change and achieving decarbonization within ASEAN. Companies need to see sustainability as more than a compliance measure, but a strategic business choice. Business leaders should find new avenues in various sectors, including green financing, carbon services, carbon credit trading. I want to suggest two points. One is Korean government's participation into Just Energy Transition Partnership, which is aiming at enhancing decarbonization efforts of both Indonesia and Vietnam. Another point is that I would like to suggest to the policymakers the setup of Green Infrastructure Fund, which are already in place with Asia Development Bank. So I think that those two initiatives can make Korean companies conduct much convenient and also comfortable lead in their business in Southeast Asia. Another area for future cooperation lies in defense industry. When ASEAN countries seek to increase their defense capabilities, there is no better partner for cooperation than South Korea. The recently launched Korea-ASEAN Solidarity Initiative, KASI, taken by the incumbent government in Korea could also lead Seoul and its counterparts in Southeast Asia to lay more solid ground for Southeast Asian countries' efforts to procure their military equipments and aircrafts, naval vessels, and other related systems. Targeting capital investments in new technologies and having a workforce sufficiently skilled to reap the benefits of these technologies is high on the priority list of ASEAN governments. So business should gain a better pulse on new technologies through the R&D and capacity building efforts together with the ASEAN friends. Our partnership must transcend mere transactional relationships. Korean businesses must adopt a long-term approach, recognizing the importance of corporate social responsibility, vocational and technical education and training. This holistic approach not only benefits local economies, but also fosters a positive image of Korean companies. Lastly, let me just wrap up as saying that ASEAN continues to its high growth economic trajectory towards becoming the fourth largest economy in the world by 2030, with a projected GDP growth of 4.6% in 2024. Korean businesses must remain adaptable and ready to collaborate at every turn. This is not merely an opportunity, but a necessity, as the region's growth will create an insatiable demand for Korean products, services, and expertise across various sectors. I firmly believe that elevating the Korea-ASEAN economic partnership to unprecedented heights requires a strategic and long-term approach from Korean businesses. By wholeheartedly embracing sustainability, innovation, and a deep understanding of local context, companies can forge mutually beneficial partnerships that contribute to the growth and prosperity of both Korea and ASEAN nations. We stand at a pivotal juncture. Let us work together, hand in hand, to seize these opportunities. Thank you for your time and attention. 감사합니다.
Again, thank you to His Excellency Kim Chang-bom and His Excellency Satvinder Singh for their presentations. This marks the end to our keynote session. Before we proceed, we will have a 10-minute break. The next session will begin at 3:10 p.m. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Before we begin the roundtable discussion, I would like to remind the audience that you can participate in the Q&A session through the YouTube live chat function. Let us now proceed to the first session, ASEAN-Korea Cooperation in the Global Value Chain. In this session, we will discuss recent global supply disruptions, spread of protectionism, as well as cooperation strategies among ASEAN member states, along with Korea's role in the global value chain management. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed panelists, Professor Chang Yong-jun from the Department of International Business and Trade of Kyunghee University, Dr. Ra Mi-ryung from the Southeast Asia and Oceania team, KIEP, and joining us virtually, we have Professor Keng Lin So from Monash University, Malaysia, and Professor Dia Ulansari from Airlangga University. Lastly, Dr. Shin Yoon-sung, Research Fellow of the Global Industry Division of KIET, will lead the roundtable discussion as the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to hand over the floor to the moderators and panelists.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yoon-sung Shin. I work at the Korean Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade. I've researched the industrial cooperation between ASEAN and Korea since I worked economist in the Jakarta. I work under the coordinating minister of economic affairs of Indonesia. I'm very happy to meet many experts, public officers, and scholars at ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable. I would like to thank ASEAN-Korea Center and Korea Institute for International Economic Policy for inviting me as a moderator at the first session in the ASEAN-Korea Cooperation in Global Value Chain. Here, 4 top experts invited as speakers. They help us to understand the existing issue and forecasting the coming future on bilateral cooperation in global value chain. So nowadays, trade and investment between ASEAN and Korea is rapidly increasing. Many Korea companies invest in the ASEAN countries to construct production base. So many, they need to new logistic systems for production and distribution. So first speaker is about the logistics. So we hear from the Dr. Keng Lin So at Monash University, Malaysia.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is So Keng Lin from Monash University, Malaysia. First, I would like to thank the Trade and Investment Unit of the ASEAN-Korea Center for inviting me to speak in this annual event of ASEAN-Korean Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. The topic of my presentation is Trade Logistics Supply Chain and Sustainability, a managerial research perspective. First, let me share with you a little background about Malaysia-Korea trade. In 2023, total trade of Malaysia with South Korea amounted to US $24.3 billion. And Malaysia was South Korea's 3rd largest trading partner in ASEAN and 12th largest globally. And Malaysia's exports to Korea were EE products, LNG, petroleum products, metal products, and optical and scientific equipment, while major imports from South Korea were petroleum products, EE products, chemical and chemical products, machinery, equipment and parts, and iron and steel products. With that, I will now proceed to my presentation proper. So this slide shows about my topics or my contents regarding recent global supply chain disruptions and spread of exclusive protectionism, trade facilitation, logistics infrastructure and services, resilient supply chain management, logistics sustainability, and with a conclusion. The first slide is recent supply chain disruptions. What we see here is the 4 events that have recently occurred. Basically, they are the Baltimore Bridge incident, Middle East armed conflict, the Russian-Ukraine war, and COVID-19. Now, these 4 events involve the loss of lives and broken supply chains, especially by COVID-19. However, the upside of COVID-19 is the advancement of medical technology, greater public health awareness, and ICT, particularly contactless technology. Therefore, we can see that supply chain disruptions can actually could break supply chain and stop supply, and demands may not be met. But COVID-19 incidentally promoted ICT. Now, next, I will move on to protectionism. Basically, there are 2 types of protectionism. One is import restrictions, which are usually to protect new industries of a country. And it's also a check against bioterrorism, be it in a form of plants or animals. The other form is export restrictions, particularly about national security on sensitive materials. And sometimes this will involve raw materials such as rare earth materials. Now, I'm going into the trade facilitation and logistics infrastructure and services. These are areas of some of my research. The first one is trade facilitation. They involve haulage, container depots, customs clearance, and port operations. The next one is about logistics warehousing and port gantry cranes. I'll move on to the next slide, which concerns logistics infrastructure and assets. Particularly, the last line, asset specificity issues. The reason why I've highlighted asset specificity issues is because this is an issue that hauliers face. If and when hauliers, especially prime movers, and their container carriages do not move or go into business, then it will be difficult for hauliers to increase their revenue, and therefore they might face payment in their mortgages. So as far as hauliers industry is concerned, asset specificity issues is a concern, and they relate to total cost economics theory. I shall move forward to the next topic on logistics services, which is freight forwarding, haulage, and customs. And right below that, we see a research framework. And I would like to share with all of you what my collaborators and I did with this research framework. Now, starting from the left-hand side, we have integration factors. Next, we have the depot service quality. And next, we have hauliers firm sustainable performance. And finally, we have national logistics performance. Of course, the question is, why do we study this framework? The reason is because of the queuing that occurs at the depot hauliers interface. Besides, there was no financial transaction. There was no cash flow between these 2 actors, the depot and hauliers. They are actually agents, and hence the agency theory applies. But at the same time, Our objective was to find out if stakeholder theory could be effected across. Our findings show two very surprising observations, which is contrary to our perception. First, depots could actually influence hauliers. Two, depots could also positively and indirectly influence national logistics performance because of the stakeholders theory. So what do they mean to us? These results prove that the stakeholder theory, which means actors in the supply chain, has an impact on logistics performance. Because the national logistics performance, if it is in the top ranks, would actually attract shipliners to berth at our shores. And therefore, in this particular research, the stakeholder theory could overcome the agency theory, which is actually self-interest. And therefore, since the depots could positively influence hauliers directly and national logistics performance indirectly, we see that in spite of the interface issues that confronted these two stakeholders, we could still increase or improve our national logistics performance. I will move on to the next topic, which is about resilience. Resilience is about resistance and recovery. Resistance against environmentalism and to recover from that. And three very important factors are important to resilience. First is visibility. I'll move on to the next slide. Next is velocity and flexibility. Now I'm going back to the other slide, visibility. Why is visibility so very important? Because visibility requires information sharing for all of us to prepare our capacity, for all of us to prepare our materials and also our transportation needs. But visibility requires one very important factor, which is information sharing. And information sharing is so hard to come by sometimes, simply because people are afraid that there is information leakage. So as far as resilience is concerned, information sharing sticks up to be one of the most important factors. Let me move on to the next slide. Velocity and flexibility are probably self-explanatory. Let me move on to logistics sustainability. Trade and logistics and supply chain are inseparable because they involve carbon footprint. And now we introduce hydrogen fuel, but they're very expensive, especially green hydrogen. And containers and depots continue to feature in the supply chain. Why is that so? Because hauliers actually traverse the almost entire supply chain in trade logistics. They start from the first actor until they reach the last actor. The digital economy is very pervasive. And incidentally, this digital economy will actually, what shall I say, they'll provide a synergistic push to the logistics sector. Waste management, as far as sustainability is concerned, when we talk about waste management, in our research, we found out that many of the waste management activities are found at the bottom of the waste hierarchy. Many of the waste management practices are not at the topmost, which is actually prevention. Let me move on to the next slide. In conclusion, supply chain disruptions are not going to end anytime soon because of events that are happening around us, and accidents are sometimes hard to avoid. Next, exclusive protectionism with increased hegemony and self-interest. This is going to feature in the short-term future. Trade facilitation. This is something that we should concentrate on, the digital economy and the last mile in delivery. I must say that the last mile delivery has been improved very much by the COVID-19 episode. Our resilience of supply chain, which I've just mentioned, information sharing is important. Supply chain integration actually has a flip side because it increases the risk of disruptions. And finally, logistics sustainability, which is very important, concerns our profit, planet, and people, or otherwise we usually say economics, the environment, and society. I now end my presentation and await the question and answer. Thank you very much for listening. And this is my last slide on my references. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening. Let me stop sharing.
Thank you for Dr. King Lin So.
Thank you.
Actually, the concept of global value chain is used to calculate who gain the international trade. So, as the G2 conflict and COVID-19 occurs, many people concerned about the global supply chain because some countries shut down and then we need alternative. We need to find two alternative countries. So we calculate, analyze global value chain and global supply chain. Actually, we have to meet logistics. So nowadays, logistics system is decided to how country, how trade, how efficient, how gain from the international trade. It is very important. So thank you for Dr. Ken Lin So. And second topic is the main factor to change the supply chain between ASEAN and Korea. Dr. Taha Ulansari will present navigating ASEAN future amid global trade tension and supply chain challenges. Yeah, good afternoon.
You may start your presentation now.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like first of all to thank the organizer of this event for inviting me here. The ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024 is going to be very beneficial for us for continued cooperation in the future. What I would like to present today is navigating ASEAN future amid global trade tension and supply chain challenge, strategy for strengthening ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation. Let me start by talking about trade good between Republic of Korea and ASEAN. From the table, we can see that the trade between ASEAN and Korea are dominated by electronical machinery and equipment, mineral fuel and oil, as well as nuclear reactor and boiler. If we compare export and import between Korea and ASEAN, total export to Korea is greater than total import from Korea. This means that there is a trade surplus in ASEAN. We know that there have always been obstacles in the global trade. Almost all countries in the world protect their goods, including ASEAN countries and Korea. The reason are they want to prevent unfair competition, to protect their domestic employment, to protect the environment and consumer, to protect infant industry, even to protect major and strategic industry. Of course, all countries want to protect their domestic economic interests, to protect their local producers from import competition. When two or some country enter into a trade agreement, one of the country consider that the trade is unfair, a trade war will arise. For example, the trade war between America and China. In March 2018, US government launched a motion for sweeping tariff on all imported Chinese goods entering the US up to 60 billion US dollar. This happened because of alien theft of technology and intellectual property. In response to US policy, China took revenge on various US products. China imposed tariff on more than 500 US products worth a total of 34 billion US dollar. This impact is felt especially by countries that depend on the export activity of this country, such as Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. ASEAN is enhancing cooperation with regional comprehensive economic partnership members such as China, Japan, South Korea, Australia, New Zealand, and India to boost trade and investment and strengthen their economics amid the US-China trade war. Next, there are chaos in the global trading system. COVID-19 pandemic in the end of 2019 and then followed by Ukraine-Russia war on February 2022. The COVID pandemic has caused the ASEAN and Korea economic to grow at the negative rate. ASEAN growth rate was negative 3.3% and Korea economic growth was minus 0.71%. If we look at the growth of each country in ASEAN, all of them grew negatively except Vietnam, Laos, and Brunei Darussalam. When we look at Korea investment in ASEAN country, in some country it has increased, such as Indonesia, Cambodia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Laos, while the remaining countries have experienced decline. Furthermore, the COVID-19 pandemic also caused trade between ASEAN and Korea to decline, but after that it had an increasing trend. The Russia-Ukraine conflict has led to a rise in commodity prices as both countries are major exporters of fossil fuel, grain, fertilizer, and metal. This disruption has had a drastic impact on the global economy, including in ASEAN countries such as Philippines, Malaysia, Vietnam, and Thailand. The Russia-Ukraine conflict will cause global food and energy prices to rise. The inflation rate for ASEAN as a group increased from 3.1% in 2021 to 4.7% in 2022. To reduce inflationary pressure, the Philippines recently doubled its fuel subsidy program for public transportation and also plan to increase the use of coal for power generation, followed by Malaysia, Thailand, and Vietnam. They have also increased fossil fuel subsidy. However, for Indonesia, has boosted coal export. On the one hand, ASEAN renewable energy target is also affected by mineral supply shock that could enable the transition to green energy. Initially, Russia is world's largest exporter of nickel and palladium. After the United States and European Union sanctions were imposed to Russia, nickel and palladium price increased by 60% and 25% respectively. That led to concern about the economic viability of renewable energy technology. Ukraine is the world leading supplier of fluorescent gas, which is used to produce semiconductor critical component of electric vehicle and communication technology. ASEAN-Korea has an international trade agreement The ASEAN-Korea Trade Agreement, we call ACTA, was signed in November 2015 and implemented on November 2018. The aim of this corporation is to achieve free trade and facilitate the flow of goods of capital between the members. There are some main benefit of ACTA. There is a strategy benefit, tariff concession, and then maintaining organizing status for product, boosting trade efficiency, and ASEAN cumulation. This benefit allow raw material sourced from ASEAN member state and South Korea to be considered as originating from the country where the final product is manufactured, for example, in Indonesia. Market access and security create a secure and transparent trading environment, protecting investor and supplier operation across regional. For future cooperation, ASEAN countries should continue to work closely with South Korea to promote policy and institutional improvement and innovation, as well as enhance the effectiveness of development cooperation projects. South Korea ASEAN expand practical cooperation in the future sector, such as digital technology and information technology, renewable energy, electric vehicle, and smart city. Indonesia and Korea have also a free trade agreement, the Indonesia-Korea Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, we call IKCEPA, is signed in December 2020 in Seoul, South Korea. An agreement under IKCEPA consists of trade in goods, and then trade in service, investment, intellectual property, electronic and commerce, and then dispute settlement. The implementation of EKCPA are tariff liberalization, gradual trade reduction, project economic benefit, and the economic project for the IKCPA are very optimistic. The benefit of IKCPA include greater market access, greater investment opportunity, economic cooperation, technology advance, improve community welfare. In summary, we must look at the future cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. Our strategy cooperation should focus on area of ASEAN economic need and South Korea advantages. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for Dr. Da Ulansari. She appointed the China-US trade conflict, COVID-19, and UK-Russia war affect the Korea and ASEAN the economic relations. So she suggested the next step for the ASEAN-Korea cooperation is on the digitalization and renewable energy and supply chain. Yeah, thank you. So international trade have been extended under the WTO. So, but new regulation, TBT and SPS become the higher the trade barrier. So the third presentation on the effect of ASEAN TBT and SPS on international trade will delivered by the Dr. Jang Yong-jun, Kyunghee University.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yong-jun Jang from the Department of International Business and Trade at Kyunghee University. Today I'm asked to present my academic paper, The Effects of ASEAN's TBT and SPS on International Trade, which was published at KIEP last year as a policy report. Well, we call, first of all, let me just, I covered the topic in our list. Let me just introduce one news from CNN. Its topic is US FDA moves to eliminate trans fat. So the background of this news is that originally the US government had a regulation which requires mandatory labeling of trans fat on product. This implies that a producer could sell a food product even though it contains trans fat if it had a labeling for food component. But the US government wants to change the regulation more strictly. The main purpose of this new regulation is to prevent heart disease. Producers might install new facilities which do not allow trans fat in their processed food. Also, they should regularly test whether their product contains trans fat or not, because they might be fined by great amount of penalty if they break the regulation. So consequently, this regulation will burden on exporting firms. This regulation will harm to them, especially small and medium-sized exporters. We call this kind of measures as non-tariff barriers, which restrict the trade of goods through mechanisms other than the simple imposition of tariff. The non-tariff barriers have started to stand out as a protectionism tool because it is opaque, unlike tariff. The WTO indicates TBT and SPS as the most typical measures of non-tariff barriers. Here I just provide you their definitions. Well, let me skip this part briefly. The government entrusts several official certificate institutes with inspection and test for checking to follow regulation and standard. And the institute selects several samples from the product and test whether it complies with regulation and standard and issues on certification mark. Here I just show you several examples of certification mark. For example, SNI is Indonesia National Standard Certification Mark. PS is Philippines Standard. And TISI is Thailand Industrial Standard Institute Certification Mark. By the WTO TBT agreement and SPS agreement, members should notify their new technical regulations and standards to WTO before they are adopted. So the number of WTO TBT and SPS notifications will be a good tool that we can analyze the trend of TBT and SPS. Now I'm gonna more focus on TBT and SPS in Asian countries. This figure provides annual TBT and SPS notifications of Asian countries between 1996 and 2021. As you see, TBT and SPS adopted by ASEAN countries has increased over the period, especially rapidly increased for the last 2 years, while average tariff rate has decreased. Accordingly, we can make sure that non-tariff barriers such as TBT and SPS are becoming more significant for international trade in ASEAN countries. Until now, I addressed trade restriction effect of TBT and SPS, focusing on exporters' compliance cost to follow regulations and standards, such as upgrading technology, building up new facilities, and regularly testing and certifying. However, academic papers ask a question whether TBT and SPS always affect trade negatively. In other words, they argue if there is any positive effect of TBT and SPS on trade. This figure depicts this argument. It is possible that TBT and SPS can promote international trade because their contents provide foreign market information such as consumers' taste and culture. Under asymmetric information on product between producers and consumers, a certification mark by TBT and SPS increases consumers' trust on product quality and safety. Also, firm can obtain economies of scale by product standardization by TBT and SPS. In this case, TBT and SPS can even promote international trade beyond trade barriers. Consequently, TBT and SPS have a trade-off effect on international trade between a decrease in transaction cost and an increase in compliance cost. So we need a regression analysis to check the effect of TBT and SPS on international trade. Well, in this paper, I empirically examined the effects of ASEAN TBT and SPS on export to ASEAN based on the gravity equation as follows. But I'm going to skip this part because of time limitations. So just skip the econometric specification. But let me show the regression result here. The table provides the regression result. Well, for the sake of time, I'm going to also focus on the result of non-tariff measures, TBT and SPS, which are key variables in this analysis. For all exports to ASEAN members, ASEAN's non-tariff measures did not have any statistically significant effect on export to ASEAN. But when I decompose NTM, non-tariff measures, into TBT and SPS, I found that the coefficient estimate of SPS are negative with statistical significance, implying that ASEAN's SPS had a trade restriction effect. When I compose all exporters into OECD and non-OECD countries like this, ASEAN's non-tariff measures are affected negatively OECD countries export to ASEAN, especially by ASEAN's TBT. For non-OECD countries export to ASEAN, ASEAN's TBT affected negatively. So let me skip another part also, just introduce some important things. In addition, I divided the entire, so let me also skip this part. Important thing is, 3 minutes remains, just okay, so for intra-regional trade in ASEAN, like this here, yeah. Okay, for regional trade in ASEAN, the regression results show that there is no effect of TBT and SPS on international trade among Asian countries in the 2000s. But in the 2010s, Asian countries' non-tariff measures are becoming trade barriers to other Asian countries. These results are consistent with the fact that specific trade concerns among Asian countries at WTO have rapidly increased from the mid-2010s. So from this regression result, I just show you some policy implications. First one, standardization and harmonization in different and various laws, regulations, and systems among ASEAN countries will be very important issue for both ASEAN's economic integration and ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation. Also, we need closer regulatory cooperation among ASEAN countries and between Korea and Asian countries, especially for burgeoning industries with GVCs, such as renewable energy industry and electronic vehicles, which are expected to adopt new regulations and international standard. Finally, I just explain another part. For Korea and ASEAN's effective to co-responding to the global value chain disruptions, I think that collaborative innovation is very significant. This can spur the development of new technologies and business models that improve supply chain resilience. For effective and efficient collaborative innovation between Korea and ASEAN, standardization and harmonization in technical regulations are very prerequisite to joint R&D project and technology partnerships. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
As you know, the most Asian countries have a chronic trade deficit. So if they think the trade deficit is bigger, they use the TBT and SPS to decrease their trade deficit. So last year, I met the Indonesian, Malaysian food industry. They asked me recommend the Korean K-food because they make the Korean food by using halal method. They can export and they sell domestic market. But this year, they prevent the import the Korean source, gochujang and doenjang, because they think it make the big trade deficit. It's nonsense, but I think TBT, to solve the problem of TBT and SPS, we spend at least 2 years. So I think the ASEAN-Korea Center and so many the related organizations showed and displayed what is the difference of the Korean food and resource and materials. We don't give harm for the ASEAN countries. It is very necessary. Yeah, thank you. And the last presentation on ASEAN-Korea cooperation in GVC amid the U.S.-China rivalry. Dr. Rami Leong at Korea Institute for International Economic Policy gives her presentation.
Thank you for the kind introduction, and I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Thank you. And in this session, I would like to present the supply chain restructuring induced by the competition between the US and China. But it may be challenging to cover these issues in detail because of the time constraint. So I will provide a concise overview of what is going on and what would happen if the current situation continues. And based on this, I would like to propose tasks for cooperation between Korea and ASEAN on supply chain. First, let's talk about the background of the supply chain restructuring. As you already know, after the 2008 global financial crisis, the slowdown in growth and job losses in advanced countries like the US increased skepticism towards free trade and globalization. In the past, the spread of the global production network has led to the expansion of global trade. But after the financial crisis, concerns have been raised about the deepening interdependence among countries. And this led to constraints on the expansion of global supply chains. And furthermore, with the crisis of COVID-19 and Russia-Ukrainian war, there is growing awareness of the vulnerabilities in supply chains, as well as the possibilities of weaponization of the supply chains. And so consequently, we are seeing the emergence of economic policies based on deglobalization. This in turn is leading to supply chain reorganization. However, I think the fundamental and structural cause of supply chain restructuring can be attributed to the power competition between the United States and China. And it is anticipated the restructuring of the supply chain will occur around these two countries. First, take a close look at the US supply chain policy. The United States focused on building a high-tech supply chain centered around the US and like-minded countries. To achieve this, the US is actively engaged in rebuilding domestic production base through tax deductions and large subsidies. Moreover, the US is is strengthening supply chain with allied countries, or strategy known as friendshoring. And by this reshoring and friendshoring, the U.S. seeks to enhance the reliability and security of its supply chain. And another critical aspect of U.S. supply chain policy involves restraining China's influence through various sanctions. Against this backdrop, the U.S. emphasized cooperation with ASEAN as its key partners in the Indo-Pacific region. And now U.S. is trying to establish an economic order in the Indo-Pacific region that excludes China through IPEF negotiation. The supply chain policies of major countries, including the US, can be summarized as internalization of strategic industry supply chain and restriction on the outflow of domestic high-tech technologies to China, and highlighting of labor and environmental issues in trade. In response, China also focuses on the internalization of the supply chain. And furthermore, to escape from the economic isolation, China is intensifying cooperation with global South countries. And China is trying to neutralize each country's aggressive efforts and seeking to enter the foreign markets by circumventing those countries. And for China, ASEAN is one of the most crucial partners in terms of escaping international isolation and circumventing entry into foreign markets. Actually, from 2020 to 2022, ASEAN has been China's largest trading partner for 3 consecutive years. This implies that ASEAN is an essential partner for China in maintaining a stable supply chains. And it's not different for ASEAN either. Although the United States is pursuing high-level security cooperation with ASEAN, it is perceived that China holds the upper hand in economic and trade cooperation, including the signing of FTAs. In fact, according to the survey of ISIS in 2024, China's economic influence on ASEAN, Southeast Asia is recorded at the highest, although there has been a slight decrease compared to 2023. Returning to the story of the competition between the US and China, US is imposing various export controls such as entity list, commerce control list, foreign direct production rule to restrict China's access to strategic technologies, and also providing large-scale subsidies that limit US investment to China in some sensitive sectors. The point is that these measures like FDPR are encouraging third countries to choose between forming supply chains with either the US or China. Thus, these measures can be interpreted as attempts to exclude China, ultimately aiming for selective decoupling. In response to this, China is trying to build an independent supply chain. So it seems that the situation is increasingly forcing a choice between the United States and China in the high-tech industry. According to the report of ISIS 2024, as an answer to the question 31, ASEAN is caught in the crossfire as Beijing and Washington compete for influence and leaderships in Southeast Asia. How should ASEAN best respond? And then the answer, ASEAN should have enhanced its resilience and united to fend off pressure from the two major powers, recorded the highest response. And the second highest response recorded is ASEAN should continue its position of not siding with China or the US. And also, as an answer to the question 32, if ASEAN were forced to align itself with one of the strategic rivals, which should it choose? It was found that the number of answers that chose China increased significantly in 2024. Then how about the Korea? Personally, I think it would be advantageous to align with the side that has succeeded in obtaining ASEAN, but it seems that Korea is a little bit more leaning toward the US-centric supply chains, especially in high-tech industry. So in a recent study, I analyzed the impact of decoupling using an international input-output table. I consider a situation where the US successfully excludes China from the high-tech industrial supply chain and quantifies the spillover effects using the global extraction method. And I chose electrical and optical equipment sector as a high-tech industry, and then analyze short-term effects of excluding Chinese intermediate goods, and then examine the scenario where Chinese intermediate goods are completely replaced by third countries, assuming that other nations replace them proportionally to their existing market share. The first column shows how much value-added production decreases compared to existing production, and when China's intermediate goods are excluded from the supply chain. And the second column indicates the percentage increase when these countries replace Chinese production. And you can see the numbers of Korea and Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, Laos, PDL, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. And actually, these figures are based on a number of unrealistic assumptions. So it's hard to take this figure as it is. But the point is that higher production linkage with various countries other than China imply less damage and furthermore more opportunity after decoupling. And what is clear in the current situation of high uncertainty is that we need to reduce our dependence on certain countries. And this is a different dimension of the issues, but an independent supply chain centered around China and the US could result in duplicated investment and surplus in production, which could emerge as another significant problem in the future. And last, here is the suggestion. As mentioned in the ICES report, intra-ASEAN integration is key to mitigate the geopolitical risks. Even for Korea, participating in ASEAN-centric supply chains could reduce the risks associated with US-China rivalry and enhance flexibility. So in the end, it will be essential to support the increase in production linkage among ASEAN member states and to enhance connectivity with Korea through various measures such as technology transfer. And let's see, that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Rami Young. I give some the famous economics joke. The President Roosevelt remained some memos because if you choose the very the famous or the good economist, he or she the economist will be had just one arm because the most economists choose some policies. This policy make some is good, some is bad. So option plan B, the policy is make good or make worse. So the policies suggested by the economists, most economists neutralize the economic impact. So it's not useful. But I think United States, China trade conflict make some countries good, better, and some countries worse. But I think ASEAN country make a big benefit from the United States and China. But Korea have a more risky and Korea economy is more risky. So we need trade diversification. So Korea have to make a strong connection and relation with the ASEAN country. So we already heard all the presentation of all specialists. We have a little time to discuss about some question. So I received the KIEP from two questions. One, I would like to all speakers the two questions about the ASEAN-Korea cooperation against the disruption of global value chain. I think the question is very difficult, like the Korean high school the exam. So I simplified the question. The global supply chain is very important. So, but in Korea case, the supply chain for mineral resource is more important than other the importation. So because the Korea semiconductor industry and secondary battery industry depend on intermediate from the China. So we have to diversify other peoples, other countries. So I think we already invest in the ASEAN countries to get the mineral resource for trade diversification. Nowadays, the global trade asked all countries keep the global standard, environmental, carbon neutrality, and we have to conserve the environmental. So we invest in the natural resource, nickel and other mineral resource. We make some deforestation and we make some pollution during the processing, the extraction process. So could you to the speakers answer how we keep the global standard for environmental conservation in the global supply chain transformation? Can I ask you one more time? Global supply chain is very important. So Korea invests in the mineral resource supply chain in the ASEAN country. So how do you think about the Korean and ASEAN cooperation with the supply chain for mineral resource with the ESG, environmental, social, and
governance?
Yeah. Dr. Kim Sin-so answered my question, please.
As far as the supply chain is concerned, whether it's Korea or any country, my views are that in view of global warming, in view of climate change, all countries which have actually signed the Paris Agreement with the objective of attaining capping the increase in temperature, capping it below 1.5 degrees centigrade increase, one way to go about it is for all countries in their supply chain is to ensure that the products that they make should comply with principles of the circular economy, which is to design products and processes that will give the materials multiple life cycles. In order to do so, we need multiple stakeholders to come together to achieve that target. For example, we will need not only architects, but we also need engineers. We also need scientists, for example, in chemistry, and also people in society, especially NGOs. It almost involved everyone because we needed the knowledge and expertise to process our things so that materials can be recycled to the extent that we do not have to continue to mine for virgin materials. So in this respect, I believe in terms of ESG, environmental, social, and governance, the principles of circular economy can be applied. However, these steps is going to take a long time, because we have to change from our business as usual linear economy, which is actually make, use, and throw into the landfills, to one that is of the circular economy. And these are my views. And we also need to enculturate, to educate our population to embrace recycling practices. It is easy for me to say. Sometimes it's even difficult for me to do, especially when I cannot find a place to throw my things. And with that, I can say that the circular economy principles and sticking to the Paris Agreement, which we are supposed to attain the targets by 2030, and that's not far away, it's about 6 years away. Thank you very much. Thank you. These are my views.
Yeah, thank you for Dr.
So, no worries.
Yeah, Ken Lin So. Yeah. Yeah. Could you answer the Dr. Taha Ulansari? I think so many Korea companies invest in the nickel minerals in the Indonesia. So I think you can answer this question.
Yes, there is many company in Indonesia for the Korea. I think investment in Indonesia from Korea country increasing COVID-19 pandemic. So it is a great opportunity for Indonesia cooperate with the Korea company. I also hope for the future we have a good cooperation, especially Korea can invest in Indonesia. We also have agreement we call Indonesian Korea CEPA. This is good for the cooperation for the future. And I think Indonesia and Korea also have some agreement like tariff liberalization and tariff reduction, and also project economic benefit in Indonesia. I think that's all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your insight opinion. The second question is it's also very difficult. So the pace of industrial development varies among ASEAN countries. So I think the characteristic of ASEAN is diversity. Yeah, so many the ASEAN countries different with respect to culture, people, economic, and the level of the industry development. So how does ASEAN address the different level of the readiness among the member of states in the global value chain? What? So I answered this question. So I think the ASEAN countries, the industrial structure of the ASEAN is so different. So some countries, the main export of some countries are the raw material, and sometimes the agriculture and mineral, and sometimes they simple the processing of the final good. But some countries have already entered the middle income countries, so they can produce some high quality, middle quality of the goods and service. But I think that Singapore and Malaysia have the high ability to carry about the implement the R&D or make some the high quality good. So I think if the ASEAN country integrate the ASEAN economic community, and then the ASEAN country make the economic alliance for the core prosperity. You can make the relative advantage to each countries in the boundary of the ASEAN economic community. So I think at this point, the Korean is have a very important role, because Korea nickname is the best reliable business partner of the global value chain. So we trade and we deal the goods and service in the global every country. So I think the Korean help to the ASEAN countries the value added and technology and human capital, and I think all the ASEAN countries improved their competitiveness of the international trade. So I think we Korea have not big country and not small country. We are just the most reliable business partner. We want to control the global political society. Yeah, that is a very important thing. So that is my opinion, and I asked the Professor Zhang and Dr. Ra.
Well, because of time limitation, actually I prepared for several answers for that question, but just I want to show you just one important thing. I guess most important thing is just building information sharing and coordination, especially establishing digital platforms for regular information exchange and coordination between ASEAN countries and also between Korean and ASEAN industries can help anticipate and address before the disruptions effectively. Also address the varying levels of readiness among each member state in global value chain management. So this could, I think, involve sharing data on supply chain vulnerability and market trend and emerging risk. Okay.
Actually, I don't get it, the question, because in my opinion, I don't think that different stage of development will be barriers to GBC participation. So later, I think the heterogeneity among ASEAN member states will be more advantageous, more helpful in establishing the ASEAN-centric supply chain. So, yeah, I think that's my that would be my answer. Yeah, answer to this question.
Actually, it is difficult to explain the smile curve in the global value chain. So thank you so much. Yeah, thank you for your the attention. Yeah, time is over. Yeah, thank you, yours. Yeah, yeah. See you again. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the end of session 1. Now we will have about a 10-minute break. The next session will begin at 4:35 p.m. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin session 2. During this session, we'll examine digital trade regulations and multilateral negotiations within the WTO, alongside Korea's and ASEAN's responses to emerging digital economy norms and newly introduced regulations. Please welcome our esteemed panelists, Dr. Min Hyuk-ki from the Center for International Industry and Trade of KIEP, Dr. Ko Young-kyung from the Asiatic Research Institute of Korea University and the Digital Trade Research Center Institute of Convergent Science of Yonsei University. And joining us virtually, we have Dr. Lurong Chen, Senior Economist from AREA, and Dr. Wayudi Kumorotomo from Gajah Mada University. Lastly, Dr. Kang Ha-yeon, Research Fellow of the Korea Information Society Development Institute, will lead the roundtable discussion as moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to hand over the floor to the moderators and panelists. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm pleased to serve as a moderator for the session 2 titled Digitalization as Driving Force for Creating Growth. My name is Ha-yeon Kang. I'm from KISTI, Korea Information Society Development Institute. KISTI might be well known to researchers around the ASEAN region as we are a research institution dedicated to issues that is all digital. But as you know, digitalization is such an evasive concept, and I hope that our 4 distinguished speakers today will be able to cover the topic of how digitalization is such an important driver of innovation and economic growth in our region. We have 4 speakers today, and I will continue the introduction, but our first speaker would be from AREA, the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia, Dr. Lurong Chen, Senior Economist, and he will give us a presentation touching upon the topic of ASEAN and Korean cooperation in the sphere of digitalization and innovation. Dr. Chen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kang, for your very kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is my great pleasure to join this discussion about how digitalization can promote creating growth and how Korea and ASEAN can enhance bilateral cooperation to push forward this process. Talking about creating growth, there are 2 key words immediately pop out in my mind: digitalization and innovation. As we know, innovation is fundamental to growth and development. And for sure, the next generation to come is a digital era. Can you see my screen move? Okay. Both ASEAN and Korea benefited from their participation in global production sharing and achieved fast economic growth since the late 20th centuries. We all know that. With the advance of ICT, technology drove down the cost of communication and gave birth to global value chains, so-called GVCs. Producers in different locations around the world can get involved in the common value chains, share the production, and at the same time, also share the profit. Here, I just show you a case of global production sharing in producing a Boeing aircraft. As that is illustrated in a diagram on the screen, this can give us some very intuitive how production sharing looks like. However, I'd like to highlight here is that not only manufacturing, but also services and R&D activities can benefit from this kind of global sharing. Indeed, global sharing in R&D and innovation can unlock much bigger potential of human creativity. The success of Human Genome Project, so-called HGP, can give us a very good example here. In early 1990s, when scientists were talking about comprehensively sequencing the exact order of the chemical base pairs in human genomic DNA, it seemed to be a mission impossible to achieve, because here we are talking about human DNA, which contains 3 billion chemical basis pairs. There's a number of 3 followed by 9 zeros. But amazingly, the project eventually worked out very well, thanks to the joint effort by researchers from 20 separate universities and research centers across the world who collaborated remotely and shared the task. And thinking of creating growth in the digital era, we should only expect more value added will come from GVCs in research and innovation, as what we can see from the HGP project. So basically, we believe that digitalization tends to further unlock such potential of global production sharing, as digital solutions will make it easier for people to share their ideas and thoughts and facilitate international cooperation in fields of services, R&D, and innovation. This will allow R&D and services activity to generate higher value and therefore make the GVC smiling curve smile more, so we know where we can find more profitable sector to invest. So the key message here is that creativity and innovation will become more valuable in the digital era. Let me show you the basic structure of the value chains in the semiconductor industry here. Basically, the core part of the semiconductor industry consists of 7 segments, as you can see from the screen. All these segments are highly specialized and innovation intensive. Together, they create an innovation ecosystem to fuel the development of the semiconductor industry. There are 2 key takeaways from this diagram. First, instead of a single company making semiconductor chips, companies in different segments of the industry are interdependent with each other. So jointly, they made these small chips together. Second, each company injects its innovation into the value chain until eventually a factory materialize all these components of innovation into manufacturing a chip. So it's a joint innovation product. Of course, here we only saw the leaders standing in the front line of the industry, and we see some very famous Korean companies already there. But we should never forget that behind them, there are thousands of suppliers that get involved in the chip production via their participation in GVCs in semiconductor sectors, either via the forward links or backward links. So based on this observation, I think the enhancement of ASEAN and Korea cooperation in the coming decade should take into account the following 4 factors. First, embracing digital technology into GVCs in R&D activities can shorten the innovation cycles and leads to more frequent and more impactful innovation. Second, digital tools and applications can foster the emergence of innovative solutions by enabling seamless flow of information, data, and ideas across various platforms, devices, and networks. So better connectivity facilitates real-time collaborations and also allow data sharing and the integration of systems regardless of their physical locations. With this, global collaboration becomes common in innovative projects, ranging from those cutting-edge scientific experiments to industrial process improvements. So a wide range of issues or areas. Fourth, digitalization will lower the threshold of interdisciplinary collaborations, encourage business to partner with startups, research institutes, and government agencies to create joint force in fostering innovation and creativity. Looking forward, about ASEAN and Korea, enhance bilateral cooperation for a more innovative regional economy in Asia. I have some very preliminary thoughts on that. First, connectivity is the enabler for development and innovation. That's very true. Enhancing connectivity should stay at the core of ASEAN-Korea economic cooperation. Second, the ASEAN-Korean cooperation should aim at harnessing the digital economy. Korea's technology advantages in semiconductor industry in particular, and ASEAN's market potentials, huge market potentials there, actually provide plenty space of bilateral cooperations. In particular, digital transformation will urge ASEAN countries to accelerate its capacity building in energy and computer power. So this is the area that's full of opportunity for bilateral cooperation. Korea's investment in ASEAN will bring about not only capital, but also know-how and supply chains to accelerate technology diffusion to the region. But of course, this will need support from service sector liberalization, especially actions that can facilitate labor movement and help skill development. And that's the reason we need to incorporate digital trade in our trade negotiation, and why ASEAN need to talk about its DEFA framework agreement. And finally, I would like to mention that adopting new mindset of development, such as that of environment, society, and government, so-called ESG, into the ASEAN-Korean cooperation will be crucial for substantial development and creating growth. And here we need more forward-looking strategic thinking on this. Well, let me stop here. I'm looking forward to your feedbacks and comments. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. You gave us a very insightful presentation on the role on how digitalization can spur further innovation and creativity in the ASEAN region, and also for cooperation between ASEAN and Korea. In the interest of time, I'm going to move to our next speaker, introduce our next speaker, who is from the University of Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Dr. Wayudi Kumorotomo. He's the chair of the Department of Public Policy and Management. Dr. Kumorotomo, you have the floor. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, distinguished professors, excellencies, and all the participants for this roundtable discussion. Let me just make sure that my screen is appropriately shared with you. And I basically would like to discuss certain points, and that is something that is related to digital transformation back in my home country, because this is something that I know more about the progress of our country. So with these 3 points, I would like to start with the fact that our government, in the Indonesian government, one of the active member of the ASEAN countries, is actually also pushing forward for digital transformations. And the way I see it, there are 3 elements of transformation that is being pushed forward by the ministries. First is the general idea about electronic governance, and it is being pushed by the Ministry of Administrative Reform. Second is smart city programs by the Ministry of Information and Communication. And lately, we are also having a new law on personal data protection that is organized now by Security and Encryption Board, but it is also being supported by the Ministry of Information and Communication. I will then go into a lot more detail, but given the limited of time, I will just flash out some of the slides. This is the fact that we are in ASEAN now witnessing really an encouraging growth in terms of digital, because a lot of digital companies are now emerging, a lot of new ways of doing business, crowdfundings, all the digital way of doing things are emerged in this region, especially in ASEAN, and also particularly in Indonesia and other members of ASEAN. Let me just skip out some of the slides because it would be too much and I suppose you have already been exposed with this fact. Let me just now talk about Indonesian digital transformation. When I quote the data before the pandemic in 2019, we have these facts. Out of the 268.2 million population, the mobile subscription has been increased to even more than of its population, so 133%. And here we can also see that the average daily time spent using the internet is also increasing. This is the data that I took from before the pandemic. So after the pandemic in 2022, because of the digitalization process, now we have witnessing more than 11 hours per day Indonesians go to the internet. But the question is whether this will be productive. It is remains a question because this is the most active social media among Indonesians. What we are afraid is that most Indonesian youngsters are spending too much time in YouTube, in all the social media. Well, of course, not all of the activities are unproductive, but of course, we need to make sure that they are really doing a good things, productive thing in the internet, because the data shows us that many negative online activities among Indonesians, well, ranging from pornography, gambling, fraud, to separatism activist organization. But back to the policy that is being carried out by the central government. We have this concept generally at the national level. We would like to make sure that access public service portal will be enhanced and the infrastructure will be enhanced. And this is the concept behind the coordination among us in terms of digital governance. The Ministry of Administrative Reform is now in charge of coordinating between Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Information and Telecommunication, the Central Bureau for Planning, National Cyber and Encryption Board, and also Ministry of Finance, and also the Board for Research and Development. This is the nature of our digital digital transformation being carried out since 2017. by the Ministry of Information and Communication. We talk about these 6 elements of smart city governance. And since 2017, the ministry, together with all the experts from research centers and university lecturers, are dealing with the local leaders at the district level to talk about the importance of any possibility for digital technology to support, and we come up with smart governance, smart branding, smart economy, smart living, smart society, and smart environment. I will be talking about that given the fact that it will be very much benefited to all the entities. And let me just show you the cases from regional government. I just skip this because the time is limited. We took the case studies from 3 regions. One is from Java. Second is from the new capital being built in East Kalimantan, and the third is the area of nickel mining. And we have seen a lot of interesting finding. Although in Jogja, for example, we have quite a lot of human resource, and we have an outstanding university in the city, but sometimes there is still limited innovation on digital technology. In Kukar district, we still have the problem of infrastructure because, of course, although the government is still pushing the idea for the new capital, but there is still infrastructure problem and it creates blank spot in all the in this region. Halsel district is one of the district for nickel mining, and the government is now pushing for the downstreaming of the industries, and this is the projection. But again, the problem is that we still have the infrastructure problem. At the same time, coming up is the problem of environment. The tailing from all the nickel mining sites, for example, is one of the controversial issues in the district. And let me just conclude with some of these remarks that actually when we talk about smart cities government, smart cities, the program that is being carried out by the Ministry of Information and Telecommunication, we have to be really consider the district specialties. We really have to push for the stronger commitment of the local leaders, but we must be focused on inclusiveness. We must, try to make sure that everybody will be joining the program and understanding the actual issues in the district. And of course, after 191 cities and districts have been assisted through the Kominfo Smart City program, it has to be thoroughly and objectively evaluated. Thank you so much. Back to you, Ms. Moderator. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kumorotomo, for your presentation. Dr. Kumorotomo touched upon Indonesia's experience with digital transformation, especially in the areas of e-government and smart city, and I think data and privacy policies, which, if time had permitted, he would have given us more information. And especially from the perspective of good governance, I think he has highlighted the many issues and challenges typically countries face in trying to adopt digitalization in various areas of public policy. Thank you for the presentation. And let me move on to our third presenter. He is from the Korea Institute for Industrial Economics and Trade, KIEP. Dr. Min Hyuk-ki will be doing a presentation on the prospects for Korea-ASEAN cooperation. So you have the floor, Dr. Min. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. This is Hyuk-ki Min from the KIEP. First of all, thanks for giving me here, giving me a chance to make a presentation regarding the digital cooperation between Korea and ASEAN. So, so my presentation consists of 4 parts. Basically, I will explain a little bit about the ASEAN current status and policies of ASEAN digital economy, and then current status of AMS and Korean digital economy, and lastly, I will suggest some cooperation direction between the Korean and ASEAN in the digital sector. So first one is the necessity of the Korean-ASEAN digital cooperation. Why we need cooperation between Korea and ASEAN in digital sector. The first one is the importance of digital economy. As you all know, these days the digital economy is the main force of global economic growth. So therefore, the cooperation between Korea and ASEAN in digital sector is very important right now. And second one is that the spread of the digital trade agreements. If you look at the global world, then many countries, they try to conclude the digital trade agreement with other countries. Because this one is almost the same reason with the, just the FTA like 20 years ago. The first mover, they can get almost all benefit from that market. So therefore, many countries, they try to conclude digital trade agreement with other countries. And third one is, of course, in both Korean and ASEAN, the digital market is growing so fast. Therefore, we need some cooperation in this sector. Okay, the next one is the definition of the digital trade. Of course, there is no single definition regarding the digital sector, digital trade, and digital economy. But generally, nowadays, an entire digital process that includes the production first and purchase and delivery. This one is many like organizations agreed what is the digital trade. Actually, like in 2023, WTO, OECD, IMF, and World Bank, they published a paper, which is the Digital Trade for Development. In that paper, they agreed the concept of digital trade like this. And then this one is the scope of digital trade. Basically, scope of digital trade is implies the digitally delivered and digitally ordered. So one of these activity actually done, then we can call that as a digital trade. And also, I have to emphasize the data transaction is also very important in the digital trade. Okay, now I move to the ASEAN digital economy. This graph just shows that the importance or growing trend of digital economy. The left side, the graph is the percentage of the internet users. So as of 2022, 406 million internet users in ASEAN countries, which was like 360 million in 2021. And right-hand side, the graph shows that this is from the survey, and the survey from the entrepreneurs, and it shows that the significant number of the firms in AMS recognize that the use of digital platform is directly related to the survival of the company. So many entrepreneurs recognize digital transformation is not the option. Digital transformation is every company has to do, okay? And next one shows that if you look at the ASEAN digital market, the main key driver of the growth of the digital economy is the e-commerce. So this graph shows that the e-commerce market will grow very fast in the future. So total value of digital economy of AMS in 2030 will reach $1 trillion US dollars. And this one shows that the export and import of digital economy in ASEAN. So blue bar shows that the number of the export and import. We can see that the increasing trend of the trade in digital sector. And this one shows that ASEAN, some policies in ASEAN regarding the digital policies. So there are so many digital policies in ASEAN countries, especially actually I will wait to see the conclude of the ASEAN Digital Economy Framework Agreement, which will be done by end of 2025. It will show what will be ASEAN digital economy looking for, and then what they will do for develop digital economy in ASEAN. So we will see the DEFA in the future. And then now I just showed some current status of digital economy in AMS and Korea. But basically, all the members in ASEAN, the digital economy keep growing, and the speed is so fast. So you can see all the number here. But I just briefly explain a couple of things. First one is Indonesia. Indonesia is, we have to notice this one. Indonesia has many unicorn companies in digital sector, such as Gojek and Tokopedia and Traveloka and OVO. So this one will give competence and potential to the Indonesia digital economy. And yeah, other countries also shows that very rapid growing in digital sectors. And Philippines, we need to know this one. BPO, the business process outsourcing, is very important sector in Philippines. So it is about 7% of GDP, and it hired 1.44 million workers in this sector. And Singapore, of course, the well-developed digital infrastructure and system attracting global IT companies. Yeah, just you can see each countries. And Korea also shows that Korea, in the trade, the e-commerce, which is the digital trade, is reading the Korean trade trend. So as you can see, the blue line here is e-commerce, but other trade in goods and services is stagnant, but e-commerce keep growing. So nowadays, the digital trade is leading area of the trade. And this is just show that what kind of policies each AMS has. So each countries, they have sector-specific strategies or plan, as well as the comprehensive plan for the development of digital economy. So you can see all these strategy or plan, but important thing is that what they have, important thing is not what they have, but what they have done and what they will do for the development of digital economy and trade. So one good indicator is the investment. So for example, the Singapore, the government invest 1% of GDP from 2021 to 2025, they will spend this amount of money in the digital sector. Okay, so now I just give some suggestion for the cooperation between Korea and ASEAN. Actually, I have two suggestions. One is the try to conclude the digital trade agreement between Korea and ASEAN. So necessity is the same as before, and the method of conclusion is that we need the agreement on digital trade as an independent agreement within the overall framework of the Korean ASEAN FTA, such as service agreement and investment agreement. Because this is in terms of the efficiency perspectives. And when we try to conclude the digital trade agreement, there are some couple of reference agreements, which is RCEP, ASEAN Agreement on Electric E-Commerce, and Korean-Singapore DPA. And okay, the time is up, so 1 minute. So I just showed that the direction for the agreement. The first one is a relatively free agreement, because like Korea and AMS already, they are participate in the RCEP. So it is reasonable to promote with the goal of introducing relatively free agreement rather than RCEP. And second one is it should contribute to the growth of the digital economy and also improve the interoperability and trust in digital rules. And also it needs to introduce an appropriate level that reflects the digital gap among AMS, as well as ensuring the flexibility on public policies of AMS. So this one is the proposal structure of the agreement. Actually, first two areas, facilitation of e-commerce and consumer protection, is very familiar with the other countries. But the last one, liberalization of the digital business, is a new concept and area. Therefore, this one will be hard to agree from the both sides. But this is very important to get benefit from digital trade agreement. Yeah, so, but last thing I would like to say is that, of course, the digital trade agreement is important, but that does not guarantee development of digital trade and economy in both Korean and ASEAN. Therefore, more important thing is that promote of the cooperation project. So I just show a couple of project which will be plausible for Korean and ASEAN. Before I finish my presentation, I would like to mention that when we conclude the FTA in like 10 years, 20 years ago, we saw that the effect of FTA to the economy. But when we conclude the digital trade economy, we cannot, we seldom see what is the effect or outcome of the digital trade agreement, because it is very difficult to measure what is the benefits. Therefore, what I would like to say here is that we need more and more effort on the promotion of cooperative projects, such as I mentioned here. Okay. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Min. Actually, it's a very interesting subject, and I am just so sorry that he didn't have enough time. It basically was just emphasis on the need for mutually binding and cooperation frameworks, strong cooperation frameworks between Korea and ASEAN in the future, just as the ASEAN countries are doing right now. And our next presenter would be Dr. Ko from the Korea University, and she will touch upon digital and AI transformation. Thank you, Dr. Ko, for the late start. You have the floor.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Dr. Ko Young-kyung. Recently I joined the Digital Trade Research Center of Yonsei University, but in your program, my affiliation is ASEAN Center of Korea University. So you can find the three major keywords: ASEAN, Korea, digital. So what a wonderful, perfectly wonderful, appropriate speaker tonight. Yeah. Okay, I recognize I'm the last speaker, so I really straight get to the point directly. Okay, yeah. All right. So As we discuss ASEAN digital economy, let's look at the numbers. BCG, Boston Consulting Group, project it will reach $1 trillion by 2030, driven by a remarkable 15 to 25% annual growth rate. Most important thing is the size, not itself, the speed, the growth rate, double-digit growth rate. That's the most important thing. And then this kind of acceleration is fueled by super apps and startups that transformed into unicorns. Notably, ASEAN ranks fourth globally in the number of unicorns. I have this is my own presentation slide. So you can see the numbers, and the success stories include 5 major super apps. Everybody have the Grab and Gojek, those kind of application on your phone. So used by most Southeast Asians as well as healthcare and agri-tech innovators like HelloDoc, Dr. Anywhere, and eFishery and Greenfeed. Some companies are adapting the artificial intelligence and machine learning technology. However, ASEAN still lag in deep tech and cutting-edge leadership compared to global front-runner such as AI and AI adoption and the large language models and other things. But let me think about the 2 engines for ASEAN economy's growth. Every ASEAN nations are pursuing the digital transformation and green transition together, which are interlinked and crucial for inclusive development of 70 million micro, small, medium-sized enterprises that contribute significantly to employment, GDP, and export. To transform those MSMEs, we need 4 pillars, like tech development, institutions, upskill and digital literacy, and infrastructure. So those 4 pillars, you can find it, what does it mean? For example, technological development, including the AI adoption and hyperconnectivities, those kind of things. But when you look at upskilling and digital literacy, reducing disparity in skills and establishing digital trade rules are vital. Regarding institutions and infrastructures, ASEAN should set up the data flow framework. So already presentation by Dr. Min, he also focused on the data flow or data standardization. So those things is really crucial for next era of digital economy. Recently, you can find more the diversified business model and startups in technology sectors. And then what about the Korea and ASEAN? We are a great partner for tech and digital transformation and green transition. Korea-ASEAN collaboration is increasing recently with good examples like Swingby and InfoPlus and KT. Now, KT already adapted and robotics technology is spread out to Southeast Asia. But in the other side, we need to overcoming some risks from climate change, geopolitics, and rapid technology shift. To overcome those kind of risk requires collective action across ASEAN and Korea. No single country do it alone. Through collaborative efforts, we can rewire for a better, inclusive, sustainable digital economy. So I would like to suggest data community. Because up to now, when we talk about digital economy, it's mostly based on trade. E-commerce, ride-hailing, and food delivery, and yeah, already has done. Those kind of on-demand economy is established and grew up by super apps and other startups in Southeast Asia. But what's the next era? That's why I put some title, the AI adoption and machine learning, and the next technology we needed to focus. But to develop those kind of next era digital or technology shift, we need data. We have to focus on data flow. But are you ready to establish those kind of standardization or framework of data? Not yet. Up to now, we only focus on trade and trade and trade. So that's why I would like to suggest some data community across Southeast Asia and Korea. For AI, the data itself is the most important thing, and Korea needs a bigger data pool. Because only the South Korea has our own data, which is not enough. Recently, Tesla founder Elon Musk have a meeting with Xi Jinping. They got the approval from China government to adopt the full self-driving technology. What does it mean? They can accumulate the Chinese data in China. So what's the next level? Even though the self-driving and other things, we need those kind of the bigger pool of data. Why not? Let's talk about those things from today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Go, for the very precise presentation. So we have some time for a Q&A. I have already 2 questions forwarded to me already, but I welcome any further questions from the floor. So, whoops, there are some other questions. So as my right as moderator, maybe I will try to shorten, make best use of our time. So I have one question which I hope that Dr. Chen and Dr. Kumorotomo can answer. Maybe I will give you 1 minute each. The question is, basically Dr. Chen in his presentation mentioned the importance of connectivity and data through 4G and 5G networks needs to be transmitted, and connectivity is so important to digitalization and innovations based on that. Yet it costs money, and it costs. Maintaining this network is costly. What kind of efforts are ASEAN countries doing in this regard? So I would like to hear that from the 2 of you. And let me stop here, and maybe Dr. Chen, you can go first.
Okay, thank you very much for your question. Actually, when you talk about the ASEAN economy or ASEAN development, connectivity is always the #1 keyword. As you mentioned here, we talk about the data, talk about the digital economy, but without connectivity, without digital connectivity, all those are just something fly in the sky, and then we cannot realize it. So for ASEAN, actually, ASEAN have already put a lot of great effort in improving regional connectivity and create several mechanisms to push forward this progress. For example, the ASEAN Master Plan on ASEAN Connectivity 2015, and then followed by 2025, and there's going to be another new master plan on ASEAN connectivity for post-2025 area, and highlight connectivity, not just infrastructure or logistics, but also highlight the connectivity between people and also institutional connectivities. So for ASEAN, actually a lot of effort to put forward to improve connectivity, but there's still more to come. And this is one of the areas that Korea and ASEAN can enhance their cooperation to promote digital connectivity, especially as our colleagues speakers already mentioned, especially improve the data connectivities to realize free flow of data with trust within the region. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. Dr. Kumorotomo, would you have anything to add here?
Yeah, well, of course, connectivity is one of the crucial problem, and in Indonesia, it is also, of course, the problem because we do have more than 13,000 islands as an archipelago. So connectivity among the people is very much important. We have been trying, the government has been trying to provide with all the infrastructure, the Palapa ring, orbital satellites, and also the terrestrial connection. But I would also include the problem of mostly big country like Indonesia is also digital literacy. People might be connected, but if they just hook up in the internet for doing anything that is not productive, and they do not make use of the internet connection and digital connection for adding all the value added that can be carried out by themselves, then another issue will be coming up, inclusiveness. So there will be an issue of digital divide simply because we do not consider the digital literacy. And also, I would like to emphasize that in a global issue currently, especially when we talk about climate change, what is being done by people in developed countries, in the US, in Europe, in South Korea, is actually also interconnected with what we are doing in Indonesia among the villagers, because when we would like to mitigate the climate change, we cannot just leave these people behind. We have to be able to convince them that they must participate in, planting trees and, while combating the issue of environment and so on. Something that, again, emphasizing the fact that we are really interconnected. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Morotomo. Really, it's an issue that actually I'm very interested in. That is the issue of enhancing connectivity in the less developed regions, especially in the ASEAN region, and especially in the case of Indonesia, which is an island nation. And I would love to talk about next generation connectivity technologies as well, but in the interest of time, I'm going to try to move on to our next two questions, which was this, and I'm going to read it. Basically, it was a question asking about what kind of resources or info structures that should be strengthened in order to promote the digital economy in the ASEAN region. And especially the question was about what type or what kind of regulatory frameworks or policies that can be developed or improved to address issues such as transparency, privacy, security, and so on, but also the issue of how each ASEAN countries and Korea having different regulatory legacies and experiences, how can these different regulatory regimes can be coordinated or synchronized in the interest of further digital integration? So that's a question I think was addressed to Dr. Min, but I think Dr. Ko can also answer the question. And also our two presenters online, if you can add your thoughts to this, that'd be very welcome. Thank you.
Okay. Regarding the question, basically, first thing we need is measures to increase the credit activities, including the improvement of a banking system or the utilization of the credit card. So based on this change, if the ASEAN countries, they improve this kind of credit activities, then based on these changes, authentication and anti-corruption and security and fraud detections are technically needed. After that, as I show in my presentation, there will be some kinds of regulation which is about electronic authentication and signature, and paperless trade. This kind of regulation will be increased online payment system in the ASEAN countries.
And also the address on regulatory synchronization, I think. Yeah.
So, in my opinion, there is no one-shot solution to synchronize the different regulations. In that sense, I think the cooperation project is very important. If the both countries try to cooperate some specific area on project, they will find out what is different, what are differences, and what we need to improve the regulation and systems. So if both Korean and ASEAN or Korean and a specific country in ASEAN, they try to cooperate in specific project, they will find out what we need to synchronize the system and regulation. Okay, so throughout these kind of things, we can build mutual trust, and then probably that will be the base or resources to improve cooperation between Korea and ASEAN. Yeah.
Thank you. And Dr. Ko?
Oh, yeah. I have some little different types of view because at ASEAN level, at the 10 members of ASEAN, they discussed enough. Too many times, gather, discussion. So we already established some big, broad roadmap and framework. Now we need implementation and action. But you know, the real industry regarding the digital technology or whatever new business model developed so fast, and already I showed the how the double-digit growth rate digital economy grew up, but those kind of regulation and then the institutional support is much behind. So now we need to take action more rapidly. That's the we need, I think, from the view of industry field. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Go. Maybe would you have some other anything to add? Well, actually, can maybe add my 2 cents. Regulatory cooperation is one of the most difficult areas of inter-country cooperation because unlike other areas, it requires changing your laws. It also requires changing the mindset of public policymakers, your bureaucrats. Therefore, it's never an easy project. And here we have 10 plus ASEAN countries trying to synchronize their regimes, regulatory regimes. That's very difficult. It will not be realized within a day or two. Yet the pace of technology is so fast that whatever you do, your regulatory uptake will lag behind. That is the reality of current digital transformation. Unlike other era, we live in an era where technology is leading other areas of life. In the past, we governed technology. Now, technology governs us. So what should we do in this? And my thought here is that our approach to technology or approach to adoption of technology should be principle-based. This is what I mean here is that trying to coming up with laws, trying to make regulations takes time. But if you agree upon principles, then your actions will be based on the principles which will be the reference for action and can be very quickly and very flexibly adopted to every industrial situations. This is an approach that is, let's say, for example, being talked about in the era of artificial intelligence. As you know, artificial intelligence technology is just developing so fast that we cannot catch up with our existing regulatory tools. So currently, the international society is talking about principle-based approach to AI regulation. And I think this is a very smart and a very effective approach that you can think of in adopting technology or technology-related regulations in areas other than AI. We talk about connectivity, for example, here. I really think that connectivity is important because still it is an issue that is very fundamental, close to ASEAN countries and other developing countries. And here also, trying to come up with laws and regulations and getting them to adapt and implement takes time. But if you have sound principles-based framework in place, then this can be a much more easier way to approach industry or investors and get actors to collaborate, and therefore inculcate faster adoption of technology. Well, that's my thought, but it could be just mine. Well, thank you so much today for your very insightful presentations. I thank our two online presenters, Dr. Chen and Dr. Kumamura Tomo, and our two offline presenters, Dr. Min and Dr. Ko today, and also for your very long attention and our audience together, and also our offline audience, online audience. Thank you so much for today's participation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much to the moderator and panelists once again for sharing your ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, this calls for the end of the ASEAN-Korea Trade and Investment Roundtable 2024. We thank all the speakers and on and offline participants for sharing your precious time to attend the program. We hope you gain valuable information throughout the presentations and discussions. Allow me to inform our online participants that you can fill out the survey provided in the YouTube description box. We highly value your feedback on the program. Have a great evening, and we hope to see you again. Thank you.